baby. Won't you say that's unhealthy, babe? But did you know that when it snows, your eyes become large and the light that you shine can be seen? Let's see. God, Psychonauts is out already? Shit. Came out yesterday. 60 mother hubbin' dollars that I don't have. Ain't gonna buy it, sorry. I'll wait until it's like 40. 40 I will buy. Not 60. Those extra $20, damn. Hello there. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, man. Psychonauts 2. I want it, but I also have no money. I have no money. None. Zero. Silch. Psychonauts. Like astronaut. No, that's the first one. I'm talking about the second one. The first one is $1. I'm talking about the sequel. Also, hello there. Hi. The sequel looks amazing. And I want it. But I will not spend $60 at this time. Yes, I could use $60 to pay my bills instead of video game. If it was $40, I'd be more tempted. I'd be more tempted to buy. Because I do like Psychonauts. And I am excited for the sequel. Oh, Psychonauts 2 has came out yesterday. Is out on Steam. For a blasting $60. It looks great. Why is Psychonauts about? Kid goes into your brain. The platforming levels, it's Inception before Inception existed. What's a scam? Yeah, a kid goes to a camp with psychics. Like legitimate psychics. Who can go into your brain. And this kid, I forgot his name, it was like D'Artagnan? Oh, the price of Psychonauts 2? I don't think it's a scam. It's a large-scale platformer. I think it's well worth your money if you're a fan of Psychonauts. I want to explore brains so bad. Wrong opinion. I mean, it looks like they worked on it for a long time because I don't remember when the Kickstarter happened. Like, I feel like it was like 7 years ago, to be honest. I really want to explore brain, but right now I do not have money to spend on frivolous things such as VDAO game. I unfortunately have a thing called bills and taxes. It's really well worth your time, Cena. I recommend the first game a whole lot. It's really, really good, and you should play it so I don't spoil it for you. Because the game's ending is really good. The story is magnificent. There's only one level that was kind of eh, but the rest of it was great. I remember to give you tax-free subsidy. I really like Psychonauts. Like, think about it this way, Cena. Imagine if the characters of Ace Attorney was a level. That's literally the game. Imagine the personality of that person being the level. And that's the cool thing about the game. That concept is awesome, and it should be done more often. Like, there was this game that unfortunately sucked at doing this concept. Freaking, what was it called? Was it Balan in Wonder World? Where they go to these characters like dark past and trauma, and you go into their brain or a spirit, whatever the fuck it was. Like, it took that concept and did it bad. Did it wrong. Did it super wrong. God. But no, Psychonauts, good shit. Play it. Be careful with the bear. Sometimes I fuck around with that psychic bear. Fuck that bear. The first time I ever encountered the fucking bear, I freaked the shit. I was like, no! Goddamn bear! Because you're in a camp, so there's a fucking bear, but the bear has psychic powers! God. Super Mario Odyssey plus Psychonauts, but functionally bad in every way. It would be a 0, but it's incredibly tedious to finish. Balan Wonderworld? Not because it's hard, but it's because it's fucking long. You get iframes on costume changes to the tune of an absolutely ridiculous, like, 2 seconds per swap. If you time it properly, you can iframe through everything. That sounds like the Knuckles glitch in, what was it called? Sonic, it wasn't Forces. Iframes is invincibility frames. So basically you can't die in that one frame of animation. But remember that one video game where Sonic is wearing bandages and Knuckles is buff? I forgot what it was called, but I think it was like... God, don't worry. Just forget. It was bad game. It was bad game. But you had a glitch where Knuckles can literally just jump through the universe. Sonic Boom, you're right. It's Sonic Boom. So yeah, Sonic Boom had a video game, and it's great. It's really fucking good. Oh, not because it's a good game, but because of the glitches. The glitches are very good. Oh my goodness. So what have we done so far? We have called the coronavirus. We have also mentioned that coronavirus is colluding with what was his face? Enoch. And we also, what else is going on in here? The mannequin is part of this. The waxwork is part of it. And now the the jurors are all like, ah, fuck this shit. Infinite jump because pausing cancels the system that prevents you from chaining Knuckles' drop dive, which has a notable hike in height within the first second. Also, the cutscene editing is bad. The professor's head? The professor's head is not important right now. What's important is that we're trying to prove that they used that mannequin and the other mannequin, because I think they used both. They used both things as a body double for Enoch and for Assman. Though it's very obvious that that one was, the professor's body was used as Assman's body double. That's the one that crashed into the tower, because it had glass in it. Coronavirus is going to testify after we try to convince the jurors that the trial has to go on. That's where we left off. We need to hear what they have to say, what's their position, and then we have to find out what contradicts each other, or what can we unravel. So far, Kazuma is just standing around, being cool, and silent and cloaked. You know what I want to happen? You know what I want to happen? It's not gonna happen because it's too cool and it makes no sense. But I want Ryunosuke to take out the blade. And he doesn't have to do anything with it. He can just point it at Kazuma. And just say something cool. This is your soul. This is a man's spirit. A Japanese man's spirit. That's all he has to do. But also if he dares to cut the mask away, that would also be awesome, but it's Ryunosuke, so he's not gonna do that. Time to use psychological warfare on the jurors. You'll be an idiot if you say that the trial has to stop right here. Don't be dumb. But yeah, I want something neat like that. Probability of that happening is nil. It is not. It is zilch. 0. But I can dream. Who's calling me? Hello?
Hello. This call is from Law Enforcement Unit of...
Oh, am I arrested again?
We have found suspicious activity
Oh,
from
shit.
your banking accounts, due to which there is a legal case being filed under your name and there is an arrest warrant being issued for the same.
Hell yeah, this is like the 5th time this month.
Law Enforcement Unit of Federal Reserve System. Please press 1 and hold the line.
It's the cops. Oh shit. You really think it's the cops? And they hung up.
Oh no.
Isn't that illegal? Listen. There's so many scam calls. And the only people that can stop them are the people that hold phone lines open. They have the ability of doing it. They just don't give a fuck. They just do not care. Pay Paxie's bill in bits. Speaking of bits, one of the reasons why I really don't want people to donate any money is because I have to pay taxes on that shit. Okay? And I'm not prepared for it because it's just $100 that I get every so and such. I believe I've been paid $200 so far on bits. Don't stop giving me money. Stop it. Knock it off. I have to pay at least 30% on that. It's not worth it. I'd rather have no money. It's too much trouble. Too much trouble, man. I mean, sure, that's like, what? $70 that I still get to keep, but still. I don't wanna pay anyway. For every 100? I got the occasional, this is CRA, there's a warrant on your arrest for tax evasion, blah blah blah. If you set up Streamlamp donations, I think they'll take taxes from it naturally. Yeah, just because Twitch gets a cut of the bits, that doesn't mean you don't have to still pay taxes for the money you get. That's you paying a service, which is Twitch. Just like when you get money from PayPal, you pay for that service. For that service fee, but you still have to pay taxes. On top of all of that. It's really bullshit, but that's how it works. Meanwhile, I have all my tax information on my room from past 5 years. Well, I say 30% because self-employed means 15% for yourself and 15% for the employer, which is also yourself, so in total 30. And where does that 15 number come from? I believe part of that 15 is Social Security and the other one is Medicare. So you gotta do that twice because you're self-employed. Then again, I'm not sure. I rarely do my taxes. I just send it through a machine and I don't give a fuck. I'm too poor to care. Oh, I'm pretty sure I have committed tax evasion somehow. I'm pretty sure. Like, I file taxes, but I'm like, I don't know if I did it right. Here goes. Woo 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 woo. Like, uh-oh. Thankfully, I have a mother who loves me and doesn't trust me to take care of myself, so she literally insists on assisting me with taxes each year. I get a nice lady to do my taxes, costs $80, but she's super nice and only takes them 10 minutes. I really need to find out how to do my goddamn self-employment taxes better. It sucks. Because I feel like I'm taking a cut that's way too high. Maybe it's correct, but I feel like I'm not paying the right amount. I feel like I'm doing it mega wrong. And every time I see a video, they make it so complicated. Why can't they use the example of a fucking dollar? Instead, they use the example of freaking 10,000, and I'm like, dude, I don't even get 10,000 on freelance. Just use $1 or some shit, and that way I can scale it upwards. It's super annoying. There's never a good video on YouTube. $10,000 is freaking poverty line, dude. That's halfway down the poverty line. 20,000, maybe you can live. Maybe. But most places, you gotta at least earn $27,000 a year. And that's the cheapest place. For one person, and only one person, no pets. You be amazed how much money you fucking burn in a year. Oh man. But let's go. I'm ready. The jurors' contentions. Yep, this is where we left off. I know that woman from here.
I don't want to know how much money I spend.
Me neither. But I still freaking calculated it. And it sucks. I've known that woman for years. She's never been accomplished anything. She's too perfect. It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork and the man stole had nothing to do with the corona, is it? The coronavirus.
I've had my own problems with the police, members of the police. I don't trust them much. We got an ACAB here. There's been no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
The case is shown without the right evidences. It's no proper job, is he? I want evidence.
No proper. How does he know that? How does he know her that well? Because he's police. And she's police. She's not directly police. But she works in the force. Somewhat surprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has a polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting that Mr. Assman's body's double. It's Mr. Assman's body double. I can't read anymore. Wow, goodbye everybody. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling that it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Nalhode?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced. It has something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Hell yeah. In your suit. Okay. Let's press on everyone. Hold it! The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a couple, lad. It's a couple's discretion to bend the rules sometimes. When needs wow. Fuck this cop. Fuck him. Immediately. Into the trash pits. What's wrong with that? No! Wow. Mega ACAB. Show me your name tag, sir. Wow! Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. And we still shouldn't. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too. Even more than it is now. and she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right, about 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat.
Get the fuck.
That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Yeah, 10 years ago. Every single time it just keeps propping up. Could you tell me without holding the gun in the air?
We're all about to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim if we were. Full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear. Okay. Why do you think so? But we're just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind the murders on Solid Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was the evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Wow, booby. Wow, wow, wow.
Sorry, what did you say, ma'am?
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because Baron Sentley Swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh. But it would be delightfully romantic if they would somehow have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
I was about to say, Give me a second here.
Okay.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and this
coronavirus.
Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome,
Wow! You know what? I get this woman. I get it. They're friends, lady. That's great. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. She felt the friendship.
if that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have a whiff of connection, she'll be the first to know. Tell me how much you hate the Popo.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's just say I have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we prefer our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. but the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
What do you gotta say about that shit, oh god? Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to...
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Automo?
Why are you calling him? Why are you calling a mass murder?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what that juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, Final Fantasy VII was just a game. But now everybody fucking comes at the sight of Cloud Strife. Personally, I want to see more Final Fantasy IX.
There goes the boomers.
It wasn't like this. Video games didn't have DLC. It was content already on the disc. You just had to unlock it with a cheat code sometimes.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report is the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name...
Are we confusing people here? We're not talking about Courtney Stevens, sir.
She was the best of the best.
Okay, hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Smith's maiden name. Oh, mother hubber fuck! Did she get married 10 years ago? Get out of town with this shit.
It's all connected.
Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. She is unfortunately taken. I am so sorry, men.
I'm so sorry, soldier, but you must trade on. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Fucking good lord. Beautiful. So we had she did the coroning for this. Stevens. There it is. 10 years ago. Motherfucker. She got married 10 years ago. Either 10 years ago or you know, sooner than that, but still, she was also the coroner for that. Also, is it just me or Ace Attorney like the name Courtney? Really? Has it appeared that often? I don't remember the name Courtney that often, to be honest. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think that's that often. If we see it 3 more times, I'd be like, hey, game, what do you got for Courtney? I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Oh yes, I don't see why not. Okay.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she? What did you say? A woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish! That word never passed my lips. I never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game. Okay. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? It would. If it weren't for the fact that you were trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud, make up your fucking mind. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. There we go. We didn't quite finish this.
Hold it!
Let's see if there's anything else here. And the like. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen from a star to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it?
Our own police force in Tokyo isn't even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home.
Yes, like a Scotland yardstick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. I'm sure they have a word or two to say in response. I already did that. Don't worry, video game. I noticed.
Hold it!
But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared in the midst of an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork has been used, the culprit would at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society.
I'll drink the water.
But perhaps that means that his mind could be changed if he managed to present the suitable evidence.
Evidence that the professor's waxwork was inside the birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Yes, indeed. We have the glass. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh. I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black suit... It's navy, actually. I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking at the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely... Here you go.
Take that! What's that, a piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Navy isn't even a color name at this point.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
A crystal tower? Oh, holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window on that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence is in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
Man, always wear a freaking white cloak and tell him you must give me $1 million. $1 million.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Okay.
Hold it!
Thank you for considering your position, sir.
It was a misplaced boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science. Nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Thank you, science.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects.
What is it about scientists, honestly?
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cope. He's been growing back in the farm. Picked him off on the way to town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need corners at times like these. Never been somewhat big to decide. The corners always point me to the right direction, say.
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Colonel Cornelius Cornsworth. And I'm here to talk to you about corn, also known as maize, for you be lost in its amazing flavor. Also, I couldn't read any of that. Why did you automatically go through? Oh. Nibble guilty. Bubble nibble guilty out.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals, like people do back at home. So Professor Headbrain's fate is decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Corn. From the earth I rise, and to the earth I will once again return. I love this video. I will put it on, because I love it.
From the earth I rise, and to the earth I one day will return. What's up, mother shuckers? My name is Colonel Cornelius Cornwall. And I'm
Cornwall.
here today to introduce you to
Corn.
Corn is a North American cereal plant that yields large kernels on a cob. It is also
Beautiful.
called maize because it's easy to
You
get,
get lost
in its incredible
Incredible flavor.
Side effects of corn may include choking, I guess. Come down today and try some corn, or we will sacrifice your newborn.
Colonel Cornelius Cornwall. Oh man, I love that video.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Midterm's awfully full already.
Amazing. Of course they're gonna do that pun. Of course. It's easy to get lost in its flavor. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the work model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used at Mr. Asman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while it's trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book while it's eating rice cracker, Mr. Naruto, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes.
Read a book, eat a rice cracker at the same time? I'm pretty sure you can do all of that, sure.
So, knew of her, of course, legendary coroner back then. Utter nonsense to think the two will be conniving with one another. And we have... But surely the waxwork man has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Okay. So, the waxwork model has something to do with it, because she's the one who also did the report on the professor. So that's what attaches the wax figure to that. Let me look at this in another way. Let me pit this one. Utter nonsense, who would think the two would be conniving with one another. And then the presence of the piece of glass leaves me in doubt that waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Legendary coroner, even then. Not sure if I have to do that. Not sure if it's this one. Let me save. Not 100% sure which one I have to pit together. The presence of the glass leaves me little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. The waxwork man stole nothing to do with the coroner. The presence of the glass leaves me little doubt. So, this one seems to be the one that I have to pit. Because there is evidence. Right? Right?
Objection!
Good. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. No.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much about Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't. If I could interject here, please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matters further.
Nice.
Oh well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't want dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's been stuffing between the ears.
With the frickin' corn. I wish she slapped it with the corn. Or started cooking with the corn. Success! If you can call it that. Oh, whoops. I hit the other way. Alright, which two other statements? Which are the other statements? She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Legendary coroner. Weird. Not sure which one of these, to be quite honest. Let me see if I can press that guy again. Let me see what he actually says.
Hold it!
Okay. In charge of examining the bodies. Uh-huh. I'm not sure why I should pick them, though. Do I have to present evidence to juror number 3? Well, 2, actually. In this murky business, the Lord of Tosh. I actually, no, I can't present evidence. I have to pit. Let me see. Can I present evidence? Nope, I cannot. It would have been easy, huh? To just show this thing. The waxwork has something to do with the coroner. Oh, I'm okay. What are you showing? Okay, let's see. Now, how many of you know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Wow, your schools taught you well. Minecraft, boobs, weed, Undertale, Homestuck, college. Oh my gosh. Minecraft. Titi. Let's see. Maybe I should pit these two. I don't see anything else. Let's see. Did I already press number 1? I'm pretty sure I did. Because Naruhodo just went, oh, legendary corner. Yeah, wah. That's all that happened. Alright. I guess saving will only be the thing that to save me in this very moment. Let me save. Oh, fuck. Come on. Over here. Alright. Let's try it.
Objection!
There's two statements. They don't really contradict each other, but okay.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
You can do so much for me.
But you have to do nothing.
I presume that you heard that juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn revealed a connection that it wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally. As a woman of society, I find some connections and relationships irresistible.
Lady, I want to know about what relationships you've been into, cause, talk to me.
But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Oh my goodness. Evidence, you say? Oh, how utterly enthralling.
Listen, she has more than just those two things. She also has a beautiful neck.
2 eyes.
Bongers. Bungaloos.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope it is to substantiate your claim.
Come on, show the evidence, Naruhodo. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. Evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murder known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
The 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does this have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy report from the person portrayed in the waxwork. A killer known as the Professor.
The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork from the professor from Madame Two-Spells. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Listen, this woman here has a fucking buttload of yaoi in her bunker. She has those photos that you put into like one of those kaleidoscope thingies, but it's just men just kissing in ancient Greece or some fuck. Relationships. Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of the link. In the heart of a link that we've yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Trevor.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
I need it. I need the drama. I love that the juror is like, I need more drama. Give it more. More. Give me more.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Now, well, there's a cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. It wasn't like this back in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
We did it, boys. We did it.
Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it. You're always surprised, Naruhodo.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
You know what keeps replaying in my brain, you guys? That time Kazuma said that Naruhodo has talent for it. And his eyes were just gleaming. They were just shining like, oh my god, look at him. He's so good at this. You know what I mean? Anyway, I will recuperate. I will put back my Kokoro. The pieces of my Brokoro Kokoro back together in a moment.
A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. Don't. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. God damn it. We'll have oui, Madame Two Spells.
The owner? Ooh la la.
Madame Two Spells. I really thought that Lord Van Sykes would object to this whole line of inquiry. What is he up to?
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening a Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Alright. That's all I had to do for yesterday, but I was dead tired. Ow. Old Bailey. Let's go. Wow, it's 11:53 a.m.
Ah, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least.
I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What is this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Van Sykes is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he?
Yes, how true. He's a great friend from university in the dark.
And now a waxwork from the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
It's not on purpose. You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes. In what particular matter?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Sykes. It seems that everybody in this trial has a link to that case somehow.
Yes. In fact, I, alone, am not a member of the set. Good. Get out of here. Though that leaves me as an empty set, alone with no intersection to any other. Who this? Oh shit. Hi. Dr. Scythe. Hello, beautiful. Also, this music. Very good.
Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nee, Stephen. Nay? Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Yeah, her entire design is fucking mwah. Because Gregson told me. Do you think it's been 10 years? 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens with Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. It's not the staff of Asclepius, though. Asclepius has only one snake. It's the staff of Hermes. Hermes has 2 snakes. Asclepius just has 1, but it's still a medical symbol. The 1 snake.
2 snake, 1 snake, who cares? Who cares?
It's still used. Like if you look at some medication or some shit, something that a prescription, sometimes you'll see it. Yeah, they're both used medically, so you're right. Lord Van Sykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Motherfucker, because Strongheart has his balls on this. Strongheart has felt the stretch of his testes. He felt the fire of the court getting near his scrotum. He knows. He knows.
PP what? Because yes. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box that you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide it from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Well, shit. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
Okay.
To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
All right. I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then.
Oh, he's being nice. That's actually good word of advice.
I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on as you just gnaw away at the truth.
Oh my god. This is basically his popcorn. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Here we go. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. He does need his caramel. Alright.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution. Are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, a case under our scrutiny began with the damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As it seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was commonly involved in this matter. Lord Van Sykes?
By the way, isn't this Isn't this Naruhodo's first case after 6 months? Kid, you gotta stop doing this. You gotta take some smaller cases, please. Jesus Christ. Poor kid.
My lord, are we still waiting on the arrival of Madame Two Spells?
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. He never catches a break.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. How can they be more intense when you got that cute little baby Naruhodo next to you? Look at that. Look at it, it's so cute. If Dreba is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of Professor. That's the key to the link between the otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Also, I'm really glad that... Oh my god! Oh my god! A bust of Sholmes? Oh my god! Oh jeez. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Oh my god.
My name is Madame Esmeralda's Two Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan. And the proprietress? Fuck. What a hard word. Proprietress. Fuck! You know what? Property owner! Of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. You said it right, though. Did I? I don't think so. Proprietress? Proprietress. I always say Tess instead of Tress. You know, whatever. It's fine. As long as you don't notice. As long as I don't call attention to it. Which I already did. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my. What expression is she carving onto that face?
Oh my god. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed I had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what have we just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of the murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. It's been a while since we've seen that face. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course I know him very well. I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. Shut up! Shut up! I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps the faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see how the damasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you have carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
A trial took place in closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. He is way too handsome. Sykes is just way too hot. The condemned man was summarily executed. Summarily. Fuck. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. Which is weird, honestly. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Gotta drink some water.
Quel dommage. Quel dommage. Omelette au fromage. What? What does that mean?
What damage? That's what it looks like. It looks like quel means what? And dommage just sounds like you're saying damage.
Omelette quel dommage. Le chef. Let me put quel dommage.
It means what a pity.
Quel dommage.
Hey, I said it correctly.
Quel.
Quel dommage.
Hey, points for me getting it right. Edit her hat onto Dexter. If only I had time for that.
It would seem that you're unaware of Two Spell's principles.
What principles?
The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of Two Spell's family is said to have made the waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
Really? How though? How the fuck?
This is ludicrous. It is out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Man and Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It's a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
Okay.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Two Spells' family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger. Oh, that's what he was doing there. Okay, that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Drebber was the gravedigger, and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Who was this gravedigger?
The gravedigger. The man sanctioned this?
Oui. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance of my family is celebrated for. No one else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did I do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Cool.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture on this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
Okay. Wow, that newspaper is old as fuck. It must be crumbly.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur.
Monsieur. Le clown.
I wish he had the silly accent shit, like the German kid, cause then I would be putting it on thick.
I'd be like one shot, one kill.
You know what I mean? But I'm just gonna go with a normal accent instead of a Frenchy one.
That is why I reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I will find it, and I will get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Yeah, that's what I said previously. Yeah, Man in the Iron Mask. Maybe. I mean, Iron Masks were a thing. Unfortunately. They were indeed a thing. So, maybe not the story itself, but just general torture device. Alright, let's press on all of these. Hold it! Oh man, I'm gonna burp.
I'm okay.
And that rumor would be
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Ah, right. I know just the one you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
that's one measure of preventing the spread of coronavirus. Yes. Behind the mask is Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh man. Didn't Leo have like an evil twin and that's why he had a mask? And the evil twin brother is like a total asshole? All I remember from that movie is the Musketeers themselves. And that one of them was really horny and tried to commit suicide too. And I was like, why? Are you okay, dude? What's wrong, man? Come over here. I kind of want to watch the Three Musketeers movie again. It's been a long time. It's a fun movie. Not the one with Leo.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more.
Holy fuck. There was a body switch. That can only mean one thing. Body switch. He's like, okay, I'm gonna put another dude in here. Let me gun him down. Make sure he's dead.
The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
The corpse climbed out of his own grave.
And then somebody shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? Also, Mad Sheep Rampage. The Great Stink. I want to read all that. The Great Stink. Can I actually read that? Let me see. Okay, I can read it a little better now. No, it's still very hard to read.
This year's recipient of the Royal Society Most Precious
Charles Darwin? Charles Darwin? Man, that really dates the game. When did he receive that? Let's see, Great Stink. When you don't shower for 2 weeks. Hey! As evidence. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we get this as evidence. Did we already have this as evidence? Let's look at the court record. We do have the evidence. Thank you. Ah, yes. Time to read.
After a great many years, Parliament has at long last resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carries on to the slightest breeze and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman, and child.
A great sewer system is to be built underfoot that will divert fecal. Awarded it. Oh, really? Wow, that doesn't really,
The Great Stink.
Was the ball mask to blame the Great Blaze? The fire that oh fuck! The fire that engulfed the popular theater. Majesty the Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera. Blah 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 blah. Mad sheep, unexplained phenomenon, grips Oxfordshire region. Let's see. Locals reported the most remarkable circumstance in which folded the sheep were seized with a sudden fright and leapt. Jesus. The Great Stink was a real thing that happened. Yeah, like they still say it happened in... Wow, these are all mixed up because they're also saying that Charles Darwin got his award on the same year as that. People in Britain really bathed in doo-doo. Wow, that's a whole mixed up. The point is before 1900. I guess that's the whole point. But let's, oh, it won't even let me examine any further. Okay. How long has this been going on, by the way? You can actually, there's a bot for time. I believe there's a bot. Yeah, there you go. How long do these usually go on? 4 hours. The Great Sheep Panic was an event that occurred in November 3rd of 1888 across southern England. Beautiful. Yeah, it sure did. It sure did. Also, I can't read the text now because of how opaque it is. Now I have to change it back. Alright. Let's see. Transparency. Give it just... There we go. I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Just to wonder if you'll start the next case today. I have no idea, dude. We'll see, because I read every line. And that makes it long. That makes the stream and the trials even longer than they are. Oui. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of the article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It's not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man
was dead.
I see.
It would certainly appear that a condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Sykes is like, I don't like this anymore. I want to go back home, drink my wine. Impression of the, I would take it directly from the corpse.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me.
I'm not gonna pronounce that. Your weird little fucking C. No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hot and criminal better than wax.
And it's thanks to the killer, one killer in particular, that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells.
Alright. Who was that grave digger? Think of it as a low-hanging S. Guess what? It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like that. My brain cannot stop looking at it as a C. Oh fuck. To you, maybe. But in reality, it looks like a 5 that's hanging from a C.
Hold it!
It's like an S was a C, leaving a little prosthetic bottom coil. And it kind of came loose.
If you have to describe it in such a way, let's just say that you're just seeing something else, man. To me, it just looks dumb. Then again, it might be the typography here, it might be the font being used that might change it.
It looks like a whole other language to me.
That's exactly what it is.
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
The cursed Time New Roman font. Is this Times New Roman font? It doesn't look Times New Roman. Doesn't look Times New Roman. Yeah, there it has like a little tail. With that font. It just has a little tail, but it's still a C. Exactly, it really does depend on the size of the font. Exactly. Absolutely.
It would seem the proprietress of the repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
And nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him, to record this history.
That sentence sounds like a mouthful. Well, I did it.
Is the reason...
No. No more French. I cannot rise on.
Data? Don't know, fucker. Please. Please, two spells. I don't know anything. Localizes you into being French. I'm being turned French.
Of the Two Spells Museum. Why can't you just say, I don't know, modus operandi?
Oh, sorry, you can't Latin? That I know.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution,
Frenchication? Oh my god.
then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, speaking of Frenchication, that is part of the movie America, the Moving Picture. Not a terrible movie. Not a terrible movie. Oh, hi there. What happened, Marsky? Did your website internet just die?
Marsky.
Also, let me pull back up. Internet provider is shitting on itself for an hour. Amazing. By the way, we had so much French while you were away. Look at this shit.
Rise on the what?
If I was just speaking in Spanish, raison d'etre. I watched the first 3 episodes of Mandalorian. I hate how good it is. Yeah, it is good. Buffering buggy stream. Oh no! Ah, that sucks! Ripperonis to Marsky. Then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum, if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
Well, shit.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
Apparently, Wiktionary flipped off the French. And English pronunciation to be raison d'etre.
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. Exactement. Is it exactament or exactement?
Raisins Dimitri? Get the fuck out.
Raison d'etre.
Raison d'etre. Holy shit, did I say it right? Oh, wait a minute, that's UK. That's UK. UK pronunciation. No. I need an actual Frenchman. I need an actual Frenchman to say it.
Yeah, but we can be UK in here.
Fuck the French.
Raison d'etre.
but there's no audio for it, is what I'm trying to get. Is there? Let me see if I can go down here. Pronunciation French, there it is.
Raison d'être.
Raison d'être. Holy fuck. Raison phlegm. Raison phlegm.
Raison d'être.
Jeez, wait a minute. Let me put, like, maximum volume on my side. Give me a second here.
Raison d'être.
Raison d'être. This is what I'm hearing. Raison d'être. D'être. Sounds like an ice flavor. It sounds like he's eating ice.
Raison d'être.
Jesus. D'être. Yeah, it's very weird. Anyway, French, your language, please. It needs to calm down. There is Spanish in there. Really? I didn't see it. Oh, let me click back, I guess. Spanish? Where is it? Oh, a Spanish J? Oh, that. Texas. It is Texas. Mexico. Texas. We do not say or t. Unless it's like in the beginning, like Quechua. Noka, what the fuck? You think I can read that?
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Wow. I dare ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. What a pity, I believe. Raison d'être. D'être. I think it's what a pity. Thank. Reason for existing? Oh wait, that was quell something. Let's see. No, that was the other thing that I learned. So it's reason for existing, huh? Okay. Reason to be. Okay, cool. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone. And as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. Fighting for peace is like fucking for virginity. Well, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. Fighting for peace is like fucking for virginity. Yeah. They're not wrong. Gotta fuck my virginity back. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Let me pull this back here. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until the 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It's because of rigor mortis.
Mortis. A wriggly mortis. Tis.
No, rigor mortis.
Getting real stiff.
It's a name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education of a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open and it's very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work, with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the court just heard about Madame Two-Spells.
Is significant?
You know what? Put it in there. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your form of testimony? I believe it would be significant, you see.
He is very squeamish. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
This is not the time for jokes, Mr. Sato.
God damn you, Susato.
Susie, please.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien, sir? What, sir? What? French.
Time to go to my Duolingo that I don't have. Sure? Sure. Of course it's sure. Le coq. Le coq. Though you guys are writing it like le coque.
Le coque. I thought this game would be purely English, but it was me. French.
Oh, idiota. Do you want a pic of my cock? Ah, boy.
Hold it!
Kick.
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Sherlock Holmes. Oh my god. Shows a race to le coq. Oui. What? I keep forgetting. Look, it looks like a 5. It looks like a 5. What do you mean an S? Get the fuck out of town. It looks more like a 5. Sherlock Holmes. Oh my god.
Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
No, actually, I don't need a translation. I just don't know how to pronounce it. That's my problem. Like, I actually surmise what it means for the most part, but pronouncing it, you're not getting that from me. Macacorini. What? I think you made it a little too complicated there, Eric's. I didn't realize a waxwork artist would be so well versed in the subject.
No. That is an elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it. But maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
Macaroni.
Macaroni and the chicken strips. Macaroni and the chicken strips.
So good. I could definitely go for some macaroni and chicken strips. I would fucking kill for that right now. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Kill. I do have chicken. I might do some later. I need to take it out so it gets warmed up, though. It's frozen solid. Let me get it out. Wow, it's frozen hard. Look at that. That was the chicken. That was the chicken McNugget. Jesus. Give me a second. Wow, what happened? Who did that? Oh, shit. Here you go, emo only. For like a minute. Hold it! You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then? Approximately.
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on the 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First lights would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early.
In fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If anyone discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Well, fuck me. Will this replace anything? I hope not. What do we have here? What do we have here? Let's see. Nothing there. Okay, ODS man hereby enters into the provider in October. This is the... Yeah, that's just the terms of agreement. But here is... There it is. That's it. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Okay, that was done at midnight. 3 hours later, it's 3. She only... Wait a minute. So that's that makes no sense then. If he was hanged at 12 and it took 3 hours for rigor mortis and she said that rigor mortis happened, that means that she only had like an hour and 40 minutes to do it. And she said that it took her all night. Somehow. It was already daybreak by 4:40. Yeah, let's put it in.
Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to.
Okay, let me put you guys back on here.
Emote off.
There you go.
You're quite right, Mr. Naruto. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
Each hydrate, there's like 4 minutes? I don't know. Please don't destroy my bladder. Let me turn on the light because it's getting dark. It's getting darker and darker, earlier and earlier. Nights are getting longer. And I don't like it. Protecting the professor's identity because the government said so. The government hid the identity because it created panic, I guess.
With pleasure, my lord.
Half an hour before sunrise. Huh. It took me a very long time. It was before the onset of rigor mortis. Huh. And then I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Okay. That's really fast, though. So let's press this.
Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too, then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret,
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Okay.
Oui. That must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
That was a really quick execution.
So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Mr. Drever's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of what links the pair of them.
Let's see.
So I feel sure that the waxer must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over.
I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Sykes than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
It's not just work, it is sculpture. Like, damn, son. You just take a clay, take a wax, wax. It's also wax, dude. Get out of here.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well.
Based on a rumor, impression of the visage was directly taken by the corpse. Enlisted the aid of the gravedigger. Wait. Corpse, okay. Okay. In accordance with Two Spells family principles, I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, creating a mold for the head in a cemetery just before the interment. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay, let me save. Because I am not quite sure what to pick apart here. Let's see. It says here, 10-year-old article. Fuck me, man. Fuck me, I just noticed Odious Assman drew this. He fucking drew this. Or made the article anyway. Get out of town. Well, well, well. I just noticed that. Nothing else to be surmised by this. Head of the waxwork that was stolen from Madame Two Spell's special exhibit. 17th June. And we don't really have anything else. Except the autopsy report. So, you know what's really weird? When you die by hanging, you tend to have a very fucked neck. A crooked neck. When you're released, so, interesting. So I only see that this would be the only thing that, you know, pertains to this entire thing. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. I wonder if that's still something that I have to point out. Finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, as soon as the corpse was interred. Let me read this carefully again. Before the onset of rigor mortis, I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this one's tough. She's saying it's before the onset. But this was after the onset of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis would have happened already at 3 a.m. Like that, it would have happened. So it's not before. It was after rigor mortis. So cross fingies. Cross the fingies.
Objection!
Yes, okay, that's it. Madam Two-Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And? Is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and that particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. It took me a second to understand what she was saying. Good thing, I'm like, wait, she's saying before. Should have been after. Keke what? Quoi? Anyway, are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? Hello there. Don't worry about it, you're not late at all. I'm gonna stream for like another 3 or 2 hours. According to her testimony, Madame Two-Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. Oh, but on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 15th June. No. I love that face. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already have set in. Oui, yes. You are right, the chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
Yeah, because she's saying that she did it at 4, so that means 3 hours have already passed. 3 hours have already passed, but she's saying that it was a limp body, but rigor mortis sets on in the 3 hours after death, not before death. I mean, not immediately after dying. He should have been stiff, is what we're trying to say here. But she's saying that the body was limp. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. Unless it's a different body. Very suspicious. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. Wait, why did I read it? There wasn't an apostrophe there.
Order! Order, Council! This is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate the members of the staff, Berkeley Prison, where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary! Not in my day!
Can you imagine? You see something that just fucks you up and you just go, not in my day. That was me when WAP came through and I was like, not in my day, and God bless for that.
God bless. Back then, all we had was, I like big butts. And that's it. And now we have been blessed with wet ass pussy. Yay.
Sykes looks kinda tasty. He is always tasty. Also, there was sex songs, but they weren't as obvious. Well, they were obvious, just not by like super popular women most of the time. Like, I think there's some, but it was like later into the aughts. You didn't say pussy usually on air. Well, there's always edits. There's the radio edits all the time.
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did.
He's alive.
Yes, the professor died that night. I don't think so. I don't think so. I big doubty. If Kazuma did not die, the professor did not die. Is that Shom's bust? Yes. Can't believe you couldn't say pussy on air. Well, you could say pussy if you have a picture of a cat on the screen at the same time. Like there was a meow. You could say pussy cat. That's the only time that you can get away with it. Look at that meow. Look at that rooster. It's so endowed. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting have happened that night.
Counsel, please present the evidence at once. Evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
So, what should I show? Should I show the Kapusi? Fuck! I forgot about Kapusi! No, Hairbrain is still in the trial. He's still the defendant, but we're trying to figure out more things. So, we have this thing. We have the blood on the camera. We don't know if that's recent or from 10 years ago. No, that's probably recent. I'm stupid. This is from the exhibit. So it's not recent. It's from the exhibit. It's from the case itself. So... we're solving a case and a case and a case. There's actually, like, multiple cases, because we have the professor case. We have Van Syke's brother case. Which probably is the same case, because, you know, he was killing other people at the time. He's the last case on there from 10 years ago. It's really just the case from 10 years and this one. So yeah, 2 cases. So, should I just show this? Because his name is right there. Let him be a vigilante. I know, right? Imagine Death Note, but it was after rich people. Oh, Jesus. So, should I just show the newspaper? I'm gonna show the newspaper. It feels like a rabbit hole into a rabbit hole into another rabbit hole. This has literally been the whole game. The whole ass game. Let me see, what part are we on right now? We are on episode 3. And I don't think we're anywhere close to solving this right now. So the other 2 cases are probably gonna be that. Alright.
Take that!
Yeah, it's really good. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse, coming back to life from the dead now.
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead following his execution emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Why, yes.
The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection! Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, it was 10 years ago now. There will surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? Do you know who claims to have seen this utterly incredible event take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is this alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber? The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. I'm still confused as fuck at how this all connects. Right now, the only line that connects this to the rest of this is the fact that the professor used the dog, the Baskerville dog. And it killed Van Sykes' brother. The professor used a dog to kill his victims. Which is fucking raw. That's raw as shit. So it's a legit hound and not a weird thing, yes. And the Baskerville case did have a real dog in it. If you read it. A big ol' pupper. It was just a very large-ass dog.
Order! Order!
People have used pigs to eat their enemies. Those are called boars. Boars have dick and fucking bite, my dude.
Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is this all about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Even regular pizza will eat a dead body if they wanna. Well, if you force it to, yes. Yeah, if there's nothing else around, yeah, sure. It will eat literally shit. It will actually just eat shit. But it, you know, that's not great. Yeah, pigs are no joke. They're so delicious, though. Yeah, pigs will eat anything. They really would. Of course, Madame Two-Spells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago. It was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madam, 2 spells. It would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber.
Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only published in that article?
Goodness me. Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of student dorms.
Unbelievable.
You can crush bones. And you can make them eat the bone. Everything's edible. Bones are super edible. 6 accounts of murder. Confessed to 49. Jesus Christ. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. Oh, even the bone itself, you can just boil it. It'll be soft and eventually. You can make gelatin with it. Anyway.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. At that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. You can either boil it or just burn it to a crisp, really. Which would be easier.
So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case that we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork, The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was the deadly secret from the coroner would do anything to protect. I can't read anymore. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Yeah, it's blackmail. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. Oh boy. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Hell yeah, go for it. Go for the ankles.
But according to the missive I've received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to partake in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
Big summon.
She told us so herself, didn't she?
I was there, video game, don't worry.
Who is the masked, menacing stranger?
We'll find out soon enough. Maybe. Oh wait, you're talking about Kazuma? The other masked stranger? It's Kazuma. Come on, it's Kazuma. Ryunosuke and Susato just looked at him and went, "That's Kazuma." Immediately. Immediately after looking at him. Which, honestly, God bless. God damn it. Not amnesia. I forgot about the amnesia. At least he didn't get me'd. That's for sure. At least he didn't get me'd. He got me'd for a bit. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Sykes. The hot people treatment. Hey, you wanna know? The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Holy shit.
But Lord Van Sykes, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. I get to choose. He gotta lick my boot. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Order, order, very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend to Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could have never have been committed. It's just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh my god. Oh, the music here is nice. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Sykes. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Cool. Has Cosimo spoke during this trial? Not yet.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and both complicit in this crime.
And where is your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my very own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you a privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Low Gate Cemetery.
So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? The man with Manitou spells, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim what he actually saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at University of London, was he?
And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Oh, he's like, whatever, man. Here we go again. Oh, I like the minus and plus on him. I just noticed that that's what it's supposed to be. His hands were covering it. It's a plus and minus. Okay, that's cool. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now we're here, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
Alright. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Let's see what's gonna happen here.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. No, it wasn't. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Fuck you! Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wow, big lies were said just now. Big lies. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to be a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
God, this poppin' and lockin' freak. Love it. That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists. A particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? You'll see that there's a thingy there. Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me, as I described the scene. So now he has a motive. Now he has a fucking motive, my dudes, for killing Assman. He has big motive to kill him. That doesn't have to do anything with the whatever they signed together. He had motive to kill Assman? Yeah, because he was the reporter who put his name on the article, making his whole name a joke in the scientific community, ruining his life. That's big motive. Even if it's 10 years after the fact, that's big motive anyway. If he gets away with all of it, you know. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. big cross-examine us. Let me, look elsewhere. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, you're not able to. Interesting. You're not able to look elsewhere. Very interessante. Huh. Save. Okay. I will save. I'm gonna save here. Because it's been a while since I moved save files. Ah, fuck. Okay. Let's press.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Okay, now I'm able to. Nah. Surely you do not only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. I just want to see her. You're pretty. Hi. She's so tall too, Jesus. She's as tall as him. Or maybe slightly shorter. The lantern and the spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we, young research students, had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. It was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. Hey! We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity in which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Okay.
Hold it!
The strange happening at the Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they did not want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped it up the tail. The story was in every single paper at the time with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted him exactly what happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learnt that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that do not concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well, how do you know that? How do you know that you didn't see the professor? What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Millgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And the result, I was too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I've seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You would have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that I can show that he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Nalhedo. I know. I need to present it against him, that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Alright. Let me set my back straight. Hold it! That young woman being Madame Two-Spills, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça? Whatever. I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I included. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. He sold his likeness. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Oh, that fuck me, I was right? Fuck me? Twist my nuts into a pretzel formation. Lick my nipples with the back of your knees. Get out of town. Get out of town. What I said before came to fruition. Pixie, stop. I will never stop. I will tie every follicle of your hair to strings and yank them all at once. Just every single hair. Your face will be priceless. His camera. Ah, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the body I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is a part of the special exhibition of my House of Horrors. House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him at Lowgate Cemetery and the night in question.
Yes, interesting. Oh, well. I can't believe that me thinking about the camera so early on, but then I was like, wait a minute, what am I talking about? It's two spells. No, it's actually from the scene.
Motherfucker.
That's great. I love that. Oh my god. Oh, my hair is getting way too heavy. I need to freaking get a haircut soon. Hold it! This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let it slip that night after night. I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled. Execrably? And I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. Keep doing crimes, Drebber. Oh my god. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hailbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Interesting. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because of his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Miss Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there can only be one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
Here we go. So, reason I was in Lowgate? Moonlighting. Illustration newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Soon afterwards, I visited the young woman who I was visited by. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Huh. I have to prove that he saw it. That he really did see it. So, I don't think this machine comes into it yet, does it? What does it say here? Trophy for excellence in the science that was found in Drebber's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. Let's see. This one's tough again. Gave up on becoming a scientist? Why would he keep the trophy in that case? Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Looking back on it now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Should I show the camera with the blood stain, then? There's a lot of angles to this. And let's see, actual camera that Mr. Drebber had with him on the cemetery 10 years ago, when the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen in the bellows. Let's save, because I feel like I need to show the camera, but not entirely.
Oh, your Twitch died.
Twitch, what's wrong with you today? Come on, man. Work out for us, man. So let's see if the camera it angy. Is it angy? I think I have to show this. If not, it's probably the wrong sentence. But let's see.
Objection!
Fuck!
Would you care to mull over precisely what you find out about it? In your return to journey to Japan?
I wouldn't be back to give the court an answer for about 4 months, though.
Rest assured, we would be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel.
He sounds serious. I've already read that before. Let's see. Actually saw the professor at all, though. Soon afterwards, I visited by a young woman who sculpted a model for me from wax. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. Okay, let me try the other one that I'm suspicious about. If you gave up...
Objection!
God damn it. Okay. Wrong twice in a row. Fuck! Oh boy, the defense would have to accept the penalty given. How did she sculpt a model? She sculpted a model by looking at the corpse itself. And she visited him. Now the problem is that he didn't have white hair yet. Why would he not have his white hair? But maybe you have something there. Maybe. No, it's not to signify age. They told him that the moment he saw the corpse, his hair turned white. Yeah, he's actually like 35 or some shit. Let me see. I think he's 35. Ah, shit. I can't look at them. But yeah, he's 35. 39 is, the lady next to him, Dr. Scythe. Let's see. So it wasn't this. Okay, maybe I have to tell him that. Why would he steal the waxwork then? Right? Why would he steal the waxwork in that case? Maybe that's the angle I have to go with. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist all because that newspaper article. Maybe that's not. Well, we don't know if she has a kid. Though the thing did go mama, which was weird. I'm like, oh god. What is a child doing here? Ugh. Anyway.
Children.
Anyway. I was visited by one woman. I was going, Thinking back on it now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. It was the illustration in the newspaper article that was based on what I witnessed that night. I wonder which one I have to present this to. Maybe it's this. Like, why would he steal it? It was still stolen. And it was found in your freaking place. I'll do it anyway. Fuck! Well, time to die.
Oh no!
I do need to consider all of this. What the hell? Interesting. Behind the prison, the night of a foul demon execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover and clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when the next second a gunshot rang out. Suddenly from behind, the bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. University student who experienced this shocking event was Enoch Drebber, the discipline of science at University of London and a resident of student dorms. You remember this being dumb? Resurrection. Interesting. You think that was stupid? Yeah, this one's a little tough. I feel like I'm just presenting nonsense at this point. Wish I could consult. Did you already get the soft percent? Okay, I needed to freaking press more? Fucking shit. Or did you mean the camera? Yes, I pressed everything. No, there's a press that doesn't progress test. I don't know what you mean by that.
Hold it!
I'm not sure what you mean by that, really. Because we got this part right here. So it's this part right here. And he also purchased something else, which is the camera. This is where we got the information of the camera. Alright. Mm-hmm. We already got this information. I have to re-examine- oh, motherfucker. Okay, thank you for that. I thought I already examined the camera. Didn't I already examine the camera? Actual camera, cemetery ago. Yeah, I already examined it. The actual camera. Yeah, I already did it. As you can see. I'm just not sure which one of these statements I have to press it on. Because I already showed the camera on one of the statements and it didn't work. Or did I? Soon afterwards I was visited by... Never saw the professor at all though. But there was blood on your camel.
Objection!
No, doesn't work. Fuck. Oh, you have to look at the stain as well? But the stain was already looked at! What the fuck? Okay, let me, load. Cause... Come on, video game. Don't make a check mark like that. Don't make a check mark like that. Making me think I already checked everything. Come on. Yeah, let's get moving. Must have been some very dark red stains. Uh-huh. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Okay, so maybe I didn't press... Oh my god, did I not press all of these? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, let me press on this. Fuck, let me see. No, maybe I didn't press this. Let me see. It should say that it belongs to the actual scene of the crime. Actual camera, yeah! So I already checked it. Do I have to check the back of it? Maybe? Maybe I have to check the back of it again. Yeah, it updated to saying it's the actual camera. Interested. Interesting indeed. This is what... Yeah, it updated because now it says it's the actual camera from the scene of the crime. That's what it says now. Actual camera that Drebber had with him at the cemetery 10 years ago. And I'm gonna check the back just in case. Plate goes. Oh, that's really cool that they modeled the version where the bellow is in there. Let's see. Very keen on everything being true to life as possible, though, is she? I think that was different. That was different. Try it on statement 4. Fuck me. Okay. This is too prompt to show us the plate.
Objection!
No. Well, fuck me. It's okay, you tried. Using all the 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting. The illustration in a newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. 10-year-old on statement 3. I think I already tried that. Didn't I try that? I will try it again.
Objection!
Mother.
Really? What? ¿Qué? You know, fine, okay.
Sometimes I feel like this game is gaslighting me. Soft percent. Now is the soft percent. I really can you explain what you mean by soft percent? That makes no sense to me. You either present or you don't. Do you mean present when you're prompted to present versus presenting when testimony is happening? Is that what you mean? I don't know. That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense to me! A press with evidence. Then it's press with evidence. Percent for pressing. I don't think soft percent is very good. Words don't change. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That makes no sense to call it a soft percent. You're still presenting. What you mean is the reason why you need to present it. Brain is dumb. And I will not accept it as a soft present because you still presented it. Your internet is back. You live. You're gonna hard present.
If there's a soft percent, there must be the existence of a hard percent and a liquid percent and a gas percent. Solid, liquid, gas percent.
Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. Oh my god. Solidus percent. Oh my god, my shoulders hurt. I did not exercise that much today. I only exercised for 10 minutes? Like, I sweated just a tiny bit. 15 minutes. Because my freaking controllers decided to die. And I was like, fuck! And that's why I didn't exercise that much today. There you go. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh, let me drink. Oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there. And you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist what you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed during his execution and subsequent trial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face.
What is slops you do not want to know?
But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... Nah, you don't want to know. No, don't do it. Come on, man. I'm already fucking... Oh, shit. Okay, I mean, turn off the audio. I guess it's time to put the lotion. It's so loud. Why is it so loud? Oh well, now I am very smooth and soft. Ah, yes indeed. Wow, I cracked my freaking elbow there. Ow, ooh. There we go. You put a lot of lube in there. If that's what you think good pussy sounds like. There it is, it's over. There we go. There we go. Alright. It's chill, but I do accept huge. Usi is Usi.
The non-binary term. The Ushi.
Still counts. The Boosie. Ding dong, dong dong dong. Ding ding dong ding dong. Dun, dun, dun. Put some the Boosie. The Boosie. I cannot see the Boosie's name without keeping it. The Boosie. It really has been ruined. I love that song, but every time I see... By the way, I heard that he was an asshole. Kapusi. Kapusium. Kapusi. Do you guys know where Kapusi is from? I hope you all know where that's from. Because I love that video with all of my Kokoros. I'll show it to you. I'll show you the origin of Kapusi. Let me, turn off the audio. The one show with the black cap dude and the ladybug calls him Pussycat, and my little nephew say Pussy. Amazing. I think this is the one. Maybe I'll choose a different video though, maybe. No.
Really ruin.
Wait. Nah, I'll go back to the highlight.
Just completely innocent. Yeah. What did I even say that?
Kapusi. But I want the full one. There it is. The art corner with Kapusi. There we go.
This one's from Kapuzi.
Kapuzi.
And it's animated. Alright, chat. Art might not happen tonight just because it's like 4 in the morning and I'm extra tired and extra fucking, like, shit-brained. So, but here, take a look.
He was already weak.
Take a look at this one from Kapuzi. Here's another complete 180. Is that their intro? It's me saying their name? Is that their intro? Kapusi. Here's another complete 180. It cuts off so fast.
Oh no.
They're using this as their intro. This is their intro. Oh my god, like this is their title card.
And now we go to the end of it.
Listen, it's just completely innocent. Yeah.
laughed so hard there.
Who is this person? Who is Kapusi?
Who is Kapusi?
Who are they? Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
That was you with the child trauma. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna go ahead and link this video in chat. I have tears in my eyes.
Destroyed this man with Kapusi. With the fart reverb. Honestly, anything with the fart reverb is just too much. So there you go, that's Kapusi. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. Well, fuck me. I should have thought of that. I guess. Unless you actually seen the professor that night. His hair, whack. The way he talks, whack. The way he doesn't even smile, whack. Me, I'm tired as fuck. Oh man. I wonder what happened to that guy. Oh, he's a professional skater. Last time I checked. He's actually freaking pro skater. Yeah, awesome, right? The dude's fine. Unless you'd actually seen the professor that night. It's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Oh no, we're talking about the dude who goes on the Vine where he's like, hair, whack. His clothes, whack. The way he talks, whack. The way he doesn't even smile, whack. Me, I'm tight as fuck. That guy became a pro skater. Like the full video, you see him actually doing some sick tricks. Some sick moves, man. He is tight as fuck. Mm-hmm.
Well, Mr. Drebber?
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What the hell is he gonna come up with this? Was a fellow grave robber? Oh, come on. Come on! Come on! A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. That's not the kind of mask you would wear. the shoulders and hands in the first game are so huge, so wide, so fucking large. Just massive, dude, massive.
Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Of course it seems very yahahoys.
Objection!
Yes, I agree. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the Sexton discovered the miscreants' outwork, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well.
Strange.
What was that voice? I can only assume it was embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Okay, what do you have to say about that?
Excuse me!
Madam Two Spells, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Is very French. Le coq. Ooh la la! Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. Can you imagine? Just really thick accent. Wait, does Naruhodo have a sword? It's Kazuma's sword. Naruhodo is more of an archer. A thick accent. How Monsieur Drebber could acclaim this now? You don't mind me saying, madame. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Alright, I'll drink. Stop. Oh boy. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That is no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madam Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the masked figure what the masked figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. You were le shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all of this up.
That will do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes?
You will refute the account that just given by Madam Two Spells?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us—
Control yourself, counsel. You will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right. I love that little subtle, like, going little back, you know? It's cute.
Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position in this witness.
Very well. Alright. No gunshot behind me at all, nor splattering of blood. So, we can now show the camera.
We can finally show the camera.
These people will break courtrooms with their bangs on the table.
Okay, it's time to show the camera.
Your Honor, the jury find Drebber guilty of being a cunt.
Guilty.
Ever got the coronavirus? Yeah, the coroner is just there. And that's who he's afraid of. He's like, fuck. Fuck. Because the moment this comes out, she's gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna talk. Our deal is over.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from the fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you in the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards at the end of the... on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There. Just on the bellows. Also, very few times where we hear "hold it" from Van Sykes. It was very cool. It looks like a red stain. Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here. On the bellows, in fact.
Good Lord, are you suggesting that blood can stay on a mark for 10 years?
Yeah, that's one thing I want to talk about. Can we really tell? How does blood not just turn brown after a while?
Sangre. Sacre.
Well, if it was shut tight like that, sure. Blood turns to black. It goes brown and blackish in color, yeah. But whatever, it's video game. I will let that slide, you know? I'll let that slide.
Are you suggesting?
Brown is when it oxidizes.
Yeah, you're right. But the camera isn't airtight. It's not super airtight. But whatever, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine it was human blood, and not the blood of some animal. But yes, the test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two-Spell's testimony was correct, and on the night in question 10 years ago, it was spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. I'm gonna go make a cup of chocolate milk. Milk. Get some of that milk. If it were a dried stain soaked into the fabric of the bellows, I think it would have been fine. Yeah, but it still wouldn't have been, like, bright red, you know? But it's fine, don't worry about it. It doesn't really bother me that much. It's just, you know, superfluous at this point. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's fine, it's fine. Shh. Never mind that I said that it was 10 years in there. 10 years! They're focused on DNA and blood composition, neither of which this has. Well, all they have to do is cut a piece and then soak it in water and then separate the water and the blood. Right? It's as easy as that, as long as they don't destroy the blood in the fabric. They can still find out if it's human blood. Well, blood in general. You can still find out. I'm sure of it. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. But blood, nonetheless. There's still, you know, circumstantial evidence that points to it being from the professor. Or whoever was the professor at that time. Because I feel a switcheroo happened. There's simply no way he could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
And she's looking away now. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
It's Kazume, of course. It's Kazuhazu. Nah. It would be this woman.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe.
Whatever do you mean?
Man, her eyes are empty as fuck. Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What are you suggesting would mean? That the execution never actually happened? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Fuck! Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
Who said? Who said so? But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that would really be true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
Are you gonna talk, eh? And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would not consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. Moida. It's Moida! She switched the body of Dr. Assman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Hell yeah. We're getting there. I I'm never prepared for that. I'm just never prepared for that. I'm never prepared for his leg.
Lord Van Sykes, pray forgive my freshly filed hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discord scenes now.
Whole raft. A whole raft.
Goodness me.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels.
So this is why Sholmes cannot talk about it either. Because it's also linked to Baskerville. To the Hound of Baskerville. They're all like, shush, shush, shush.
So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work out at present, I think.
I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And you have considered this, my learned Nipponese friend.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Van Sykes can do a bunch of shit. It's fine. Don't worry about it. His office, I think the most ridiculous thing is that his office just has a bunch of fucking wine barrels. Like, is the place freaking temperature controlled? It's like Godot. Van can manifest multiple supplies of wine glasses.
Considered what? Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman to such a criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when it's so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yeah, but he had a motive. I already figured out a motive. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? I knows the motives. I got the motives. Drebber, you think you had no reason? You had big reason. You had fat nut reasons. Come on. Doing that smile makes me doubt myself now. Kogo, you doing that smile makes me fucking nervous. Just a little happy face.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is a contract, that is very true.
Come on, Naruhodo.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Aspen's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Aspen. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with his charade. The motive is that the journalist who put his name on that article was Odious Assman. Let's see if you can back up your heated proposal, shall we?
Oh my god! Costume is like, what? He dodged it. He's like, that's fucking great. Oh, he's just like, huh?
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I am not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is.
2 pieces of evidence.
Let me save, because this is awesome.
Two pieces, not one, but 2.
Not one, but 2. So, let's see. 2 pieces of evidence we know. First piece is this. Second piece,
I don't know, man. I don't know. Fuck me, my dude. Oh.
Let's see, because there's only, like, let's see,
Screwdriver, and then there's this photo, and then there's Great Exhibition newspaper.
Nah.
We can rule this out, rule this out, rule this out, rule this out. Not sure about this. Like if you're playing Connect the Dots, you realize if the F was from the start, but the game really wants to be clever. Not really if you examine every piece of evidence.
Connect the dots, Ace Attorney.
I don't think I need anything else from this. Nah. Huh. Let's see. Yeah, I also thought of the A for Assman. I also thought of the A for Assman, but I was like, I guess Hairbrain, either Hairbrain thinks he's fucking like, he did say it's Andrew. Ho-brain.
It's Andrew.
But it could also be Assman. Let's see.
What could be the other piece of evidence? I don't know. I mean, it could be also this, right? Oh, do I have to show this because it shows that the signature is there on both things? Then these are the two pieces, baby. These are the two pieces. Oh, that's easy. I overthought of it. Yeah, that's easy. I don't like it when you smile, Coco Bean. You're making me feel like it's wrong. It really over invites overthinking it. That's my problem. Not really. As long as you look at the evidence, you will see that you need to compare the signatures.
So all I can do is,
Can't say anything because spoilers. I had trouble finding the newspaper, to be honest. Like, the handwriting was important, but I didn't know how. Oh, I see. Well, I already knew how because it just says, "Oh, ass man." You know? But okay, let's present those two pieces, baby. Let's do it. I'm going to have to present two pieces of evidence to show what it is. Oh, you were... It took me a second to find out, by the way, that the signature was right there. It did take me a second. Aww. Wait. I forgot that I could just do this, baby. You see, you're the cat down in the corner. You see yourself on the corner? This is me to you. Don't worry about it. Gotta pet the cat. Leave the hand on Pexy. No, it's always for special occasion. Special occasion. God damn it, I'll pet the cat again. Here you go. Here you go. 5% opacity. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Pet Naruhodo. I will pet Naruhodo. There you go. Gotta pet the boy. Pet the boy, pet the shoulders, pet the little mousey. Pet the boy. Pet the boy. 1% opacity. It would drive me insane. That would drive me fucking insane. I need like just a crop of a hand that looks like it's about to slap. You know? Like to the side, like so I can just slap his titty. And slap his face. He has a very slappable face. You just gotta dodge the high cheekbones and the chin. But yeah. If you give me a YouTube, I'm not able to convert it. I'm not that freaking highly proficient at videos. I wouldn't be able to do that. Oh my god, that man is 6'4". Don't worry about it. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can possibly tell us? That drivel should have never been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Assman dead. Yes, he is. He has a patch, a monocle patch thing.
What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence in which cross-reference with the newspaper article establish a motive for the deed.
Here you go.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Assman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. Oh, man. No, I'm afraid not. What? See, it's a monocle. It's a black monocle. There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's the common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Assman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us has missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Here you go, baby.
Take that!
Petite is for people under 5'4".
Petite.
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? He's looking at her. He's big afraid. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. Fuck. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen at the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Assman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good Lord, yes! They're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Assman.
Objection!
What is it?
But explain to the court why.
What do you mean, why? Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Assman? Put brain, make your brain work. Big, beautiful brain. Come on, do it. Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in this testimony. It's the wine taking over. You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. I was right here, Ace Attorney. I did not move. I did not pause the game for another day. Yeah, she's just chilling. She's a vibe. You know, she's just vibing. Well, this is before the 1900s, not early like 1700s or some shit. When was the witch trials happening? It's way before this. Let's see. Salem witch trials were happening in the 1600s. Yeah, it stopped way before this period. Yeah, late 1600s. So yeah, don't worry about it. She can be a witch all the time if she wants to be.
The fucking Renaissance. I want to crush the period. The stupid period. I swear to God.
Witch time. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Assman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
I mean, how come we had a fucking blast in art, but aside from witch trials and colonialisms?
Oh, colonialism.
Ah, delicious colonialism. He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. That makes sense. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Assman. Enough! Drebber did not want to ruin Albert Harebrain, only Assman. But you know, Albert Harebrain is just, what do you call that? Collateral. Collateral. Yeah, an scapegoat, exactly. You know what? That's exactly what it is, a scapegoat. I just figured out how to green screen setup for titty slapping. I don't use green screen setups, I just use transparent JPEGs. I mean, pingas. Pinga chinga minga. Pinga. Topanga. Pingus. Mingus. No, it's not, but it's actually harder than transparent PNGs. Not actually harder? Try me. Listen, this is new tech. I'm not gonna implement it right now. I'm not gonna go through like, hey, key color, take out the green or whatever the fuck. I'm not gonna do that. It's much easier to just go images, slappy, that's it. It's there. Like, you can't tell me it's easier. I disagree. There's just a filter you apply through stream. Exactly. Are you hearing yourself? Are you hearing yourself? Which is easier? Putting an image that's already transparent? Or going through the video and putting chroma key? Like, those are 2 more steps. 2 more steps. What angle? Like sideways. 2 more simple steps. It's simple to you. You're dealing with me. I'm not your average streamer. I'm a streamer who does not want to be in the know. You just right-click. I'm not gonna do that. It's so much easier to just have an image. Why go through the extra work when you can just have an image? Like, you're trying to justify a harder option. Even if it's easy, it's still the harder option. It contains slapping sound effect. I don't care about the slapping sound effect. It's the perfect touching hand. Wait a minute. If you would care to indulge me, give me a second here. Give me a hot second. Don't worry, my friend. Don't worry, my learned friend. I will make it transparent. Do not worry. I will make it transparent. Easy. Okay, that was more easy than anything in the whole world. Slappy. I'm just gonna call it Slappy. Papinga. There you go. And now all I have to do is just add the image. Wow! It's so easy. Instead of doing the whole video and chroma key shit. God. Holy shit, this hand is huge! Don't worry, we can fix it. We can make it smaller. There we go. High five, bitch. Fucking. I also have to like flip it so I can high five him. Wait. Give me a second here. Oh, where is it? Transform. Ah, fuck! That was counterclockwise. Fuck! Where is flip horizontal here? Fucking. Where is it? There it is. High five, my dude. I'll flip it back again because, I'll just flip it back again. There we go. I'll just keep it here. The slappy. Alright. Let me call it Slappy. I need to rename it. Give me a second. Cancel. Rename, please. I need to name it Slappy. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. On with the game. On with the goddamn game, please. Fuck! Give me a second here. I clicked without looking. Okay, there it is. So, okay. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented. Oh, patents did exist! By some wretch or other, after all. Okay, patents did exist. Also, I have to announce something very important. I cannot speak. You know what that means. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. Be right back. I have returned. I have returned. Okay. You have something for me? Maybe you should share. Right now. This moment. Oh no! Ah! I won't show it, just in case, but I will hear it. Oh my god. I see, I see. Let's see here. Good gracious. Making a name of yourself as a scientist in a climate like that. Was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses. So it was hardly a wretch. Being forced out of the university because of low gate
was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who better place to know whether or not I possess talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lack talent? Well, it's very easy, eh? But I'm gonna save just in case I'm wrong. The attorney badge. Duh. Duh, of course.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that the Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Counsel?
It is the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, this is great. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of this. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. Wait a minute. Okay, now it's making it seem like it's the other way around. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good Lord!
Dr. Side, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I've done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then before I had the chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan, from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in note, every detail was meticulously written out. Well, he was coercing her, apparently. But, let's see. Let's follow through. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. Yeah, the forensics teams would be there before anyone else. If that's what you meant. Like, people saw it from very far away. They couldn't have seen that it was a mannequin. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Well, well, well. Here we go. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to admit to prove I did anything wrong. No!
Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit to everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Sykes, yes. I hope you will accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. She's still a little fishy. I mean, look at the way she smiles. She's still very fishy.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Well, shit.
This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant, the professor, is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. It sure did. It sure fucking did. 'Cause we're talking about another case. Isn't he one of your closest friends? But his brother was closer, so, you know.
As the court has heard, Mr. Scythe, Dr. Scythe, has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense. thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean?
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing.
Yeah, for Hairbrain. But the big mystery is not over yet.
Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto.
Yeah, but we didn't figure out the entire thing. Susato.
You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence.
I guess.
Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I kinda do. Look at me, Van Sykes. Look at me. Look at me, damn it. Stare at my own eyes, you son of a bitch. Fucking look at me. Oh, wow. Oh, Mr. Sykes. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my, I will not.
His dick is big. I know it. My heart hurts. Forget about Kasuna's death. I don't know what I was talking about.
Small dick. He's angry to compensate. Hey. I can work with that too. Does it matter? Not really. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. I agree, Ryunosuke. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruto?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... I want bigger testimony. I feels it. We have big mysteries. We have big mysteries.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon.
We demand one final testimony. This is awesome. Because now it really feels like the one who was coerced was actually the other way around.
You do realize I am about to adjudicate in your favor? In favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponiese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Take a deep breath. Yes, in hindsight. Perceive a shadow of doubt of the truth. He's gonna chase it. Hell yeah, this is cool. This is awesome. I love it. Yeah, gotta pursue the truth. I'm sure Sholmes knew. Pursuit! He must have deduced that this would happen. Sholmes said, fuck him up.
Yes, I'm here in the court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously.
Who cares though?
But that's not at all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. His lordship made very plain. Your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Ah.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
Oops! Oopsie doopsie, I'm so clumsy. I'm so clumsy. Oh my god.
Also, wow, your biceps. Let me massage them. Let me massage your biceps. Oops. Pet his head? Okay, fine. There you go, gonna ruin your hair. Pet the cauldrons, pet the prosecutor badge, pet your assistant. Let me see. Let me see, what are you showing me here? Okay. Van Sykes is just like... I just got splashed, whoa! The splashed sound! I can't believe my joke has been drawn. I'm so happy. I'm so happy somebody else thought of it. The splash sound. Yeah. That's the first thing I fucking talked about when this happened. I'm like, man, the splash zone. The best zone. Getting splashed with some high quality wine. That's great. I love it. All the Simps love that zone. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it.
What is your objection, Lord Van Sykes?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case that has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You were what? Lord Van Sykes?
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court. explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. This is great. I love this. I love this a whole lot. This case is great. This episode is fucking good. Really good. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. This is probably the best case 3 in the whole series. Honestly, I see what you mean by that. Usually the middle case is kind of like... It's love it or hate it most of the time, you know? But yeah, this case 3 is... Mwah. Yeah, case 3 is usually the weak one, yeah. Like, case 3 in Apollo Justice is probably the weakest one. That's the one where, Clavier is the focus, and Lettuce is the victim. Fucking Lettuce.
You mean you don't love Big Top?
I kinda do. I kinda like Big Top. It had its moments. It had its moments. What's another case 3? Because I barely remember case 3s. Isn't case 3 in Trials and Tribulations actually a good one? Noodle situation in Spirit of Justice? That was a DLC case. Holy fuck. Case 4 is really good in my opinion. I trust Kogo. So Spirit of Justice also had pretty good case 3 in my opinion. What's case 3 in Spirit of Justice? My brain is
too many cases. Too many.
But it's a non sequitur. The right of turnabout? I don't remember them by name, unfortunately. The one with a bot? Fuck, I don't really remember. Isn't that the first time we see Maya? I think that's the first time we see Maya, right? Case 3 of Spirit of Justice? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is a point down for having Maya as the defendant again, which kind of sucks, but it is a good case. I do like the witnesses, the wife of a bot. That part was really cool. Maya doing the the spirit channeling was funny and a little weird. Maya's had it 3 times. First, by the sister, which makes no fucking sense in the first game, and it's something I would rewrite a little bit, because holy fuck. It's so hard to swallow the fact that they accused this child of killing her one and only family other than Pearl and Morgan Fay. Like, come on. Come on. It made no fucking sense. She had no motive. And then they make it a big deal. Motive is a big deal later on. And I'm like, come on, shut up. It wasn't a big deal when Maya got convicted. As much as I love the first game, that part is bullshit. The vision is as frustrating as it is first time through was clever too. This is still my favorite moment. Oh yeah, Simon just grabbing you. Yeah, despite how weak that case is, I still enjoyed it. It was still entertaining. The only thing that I would say about the case of Simon with Athena that I say was the weakest link was the defendant himself. The defendant was whatever, dude. Nobody cares. He has a fun design, but everything else about it was like, who gives a shit about this kid? You know what I mean? Gets grabbed by Simon in first person. Ugh. The defendant was the noodle boy who skateboarded. Like, he has a fun design, but I don't really care about him, you know? I was trying to trigger Athena's PTSD. It was kinda, yeah, it was! Yeah, it was, but at least Simon was there to be a big bro. To be the goodest brother ever. So, fucking good shit. Oh, the defendant had nothing on that one. Yeah, he really wasn't like a non-part. Yeah, Yuta freaking put her on the spot multiple times. The Yuta's just so hateable. God damn it. I wish he wasn't. But it leaves me no choice. Anyway, enough hating on Spirit of Justice. Spirit of Justice is still a very good game. There's just things that frustrate me. Yeah, he gets called out by Simon. It's really good. It's still a very good game, though. And I still enjoyed Spirit of Justice. Even slightly more than Dual Destinies. Even though Dual Destinies had the stronger ending. In my opinion, the last case of Spirit of Justice is still very good. At least the reveal, it just kind of loses me by the end. Was your favorite? This game is my favorite now. Yeah, these games are... They fucking... like... If freaking Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies have orbited the freaking Earth, this one hit the fucking moon. Greatest Attorney is fucking great. And I hope they continue the series because I'm pretty sure that there's still gonna be some things unresolved. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. These two games are so top tier, they really leave the other games in the dust. It kind of makes sense, because it really does continue where Apollo Justice would have continued from, if they could have done so. But whatever. Whatever, man. Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice are still very good games. They have their right to be. But yeah, these trials are long as fuck, dude. My goodness. So much shit happens in each episode. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Okay. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Sorry. I don't know why I read it that way, but Lady, your bobbies. Sweet lord. Mommy Tom? You know what? She does give that vibe, doesn't she? She's just stepping on me. Yes, madam. So kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for all the small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything.
No.
There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, shut up. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sykes' face. It's a defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. He really does want to go home. Yeah, the judge is like, come on, man, it's been 5 hours. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Here we go. Oh boy. Exciting.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? Very few people in the know of about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. Also, Madam Two Spells isn't here. Only him. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. And yet, not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. What kind of metaphor is that? Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Sykes. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Is Sykes a horse girl? Absolutely. If he doesn't have a stable of just black horses, and maybe a horse with a star on the head, like, who would he even be?
Hold it!
You know, I wonder what Kazuma is thinking during all of this. Is he just like, oh, no thoughts, head empty? Who knows? He is paying attention, though. It wouldn't be unlike him. So you knew about the special construction of the stage. Used to carry out the trick, then. It's quite obvious that what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork. So here's the thing. It had no head. I don't think it had a head. The waxwork model, how did you know it was really the professor when it had no head? I mean, she could have identified it with the body and it had like a symbol, but it had no head. So she's lying here.
She big lie.
I wrapped it and then sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such instructions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber, and then returned to Madame Two-Spells. There was also a note, yes indeed, but that note is very vague. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although anyone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought it made perfectly clear to them, but still. To the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Are horse girls doms? Yes. They're always on top, and they have a whip. I mean, what could be more obvious?
Hold it!
I like that her eyes look like dead eyes. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions and the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Asman. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anyone else in that particular part of the deception. Okay. Oh, cool! There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What I want to supplement her testimony with is the real cause of death, eh? Or what she did to the victim. Let's look at our evidence, shall we? Shall we look at the evidence? what she did to the body is weird. Huh. Did they actually move the body to the top of the tower? Not the blood. The fact that this body is at the tower. Not at the bottom of the stage. If he was dead, he would already bled? No. He suffered trauma by the neck, so he wouldn't have bled. At least not, you know, externally. But the part that makes me a little confused is that he's here next to all that glass. They said that they moved it. Stabby wabby. Stabby wabby. I guess. I suppose. Yeah, it would be the only thing that makes sense, right? So. Nothing that we can see from this, really. Other than what we already ascertained. I'll get to that. Give me some patience, please. And let me think. What she did to the victim or the real cause of death? Let me read the autopsy report for a second here. Let's see. And we see additional, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp... Okay. Let's go with real cause of death. Let's go with that first. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part. Fine, is that what you want? Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
I believe it's one of those where you can change it anyway. If you wish, my lord. The neck trauma Aspen suffered from the 30-foot fall. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of the broken neck. Yes, as a professional. That was more than apparent.
You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point in calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. Alright.
Hold it!
The entire team, in preventing the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We cooperate in a code of chivalry of sorts. You abet a murder. You aid and abet a murder. Commit perjury. And dare talk of chivalry. It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor.
My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider the conduct exemplary. Ugh.
Don't concede to the point. The point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer.
I'll take that science as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
You are the lawyer.
Alright.
Hold it!
I'll just question everything. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down, Dr. Scythe.
No, she won't. She will not blow you, sir. Sir. Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Whew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruto.
So that is her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if we could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Uh-huh. Waxwork tugged in a jacket. Actual body of victim. Uh-huh. Beneath the experimentation, the body had to be arranged in certain ways. Okay. Let's press this again. I'll pay attention this time. Alright. Carrying out the engineer's instructions. Fabricate evidence to make it clear that hairbrain alone would have killed Ass Man. And here we have the cutscene. Plunged it to the man's chest. Oh, that checks out. Recording the stab wound as the cause of death on the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course. Okay. Let's change it to see if something clicks on me. Said before about what you did to the victim's body. I believe that might be significant. So could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead?
Very well.
Alright. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. So it was you who stabbed Asman with this?
Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required.
What a welcome change.
The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. What else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay. So, the part that makes me a little question marky is how she got the cage open in the first place. Okay. That must have been really uncomfortable, lady. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at how it's operated. How the fuck did you put your hands through this thing? Did you open it? Like, come on. So I wonder if that's what I have to say. With both hands. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Yes, I already pressed the statement. So I'm gonna save first. I'm going to save. Big save. Big save. Huge. Oh man. This save is enormous. And I'm gonna try the cage. Yeah. Naka, are you just not seeing it? Because we saw it twice already. Yes. It's that statement that changes. Like twice. You should go to sleep.
Objection.
Fuck! Okie dokie. A for effort. Now I'm wondering if I'm just pressing the wrong thing. Probably not. So it's not the cage that I need to present here. Do I have to present... When in doubt, check everything? Oh no, brute force it! Oh no! Pierce the heart. Oh. Pierce the heart, eh? Let's see here. Nothing about this right now. This will not give us anything. Interesting that it says exactly the heart. Oh man, you save scummed? Oh no. Oh jeez. Well, the heart is in the chest, not all over it. The heart doesn't move around your chest. It's in a specific spot in your chest. Let's see. It is very interesting indeed.
The heart is where the titty is.
Huh. I'm a little stumped, not gonna lie. Now I don't even remember what it said before, to be quite honest. I don't even remember, and I don't think that in the history is gonna show here. That's her story, admitted to everything. The body had to be arranged, hold it, pressed, carrying out instructions, fabricate some evidence, and then lean down over the boat cage, open it up, then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death, the real cause of death being the fall, of course. I'm sure there's something to somewhere in this testimony. Let's see. So what we're saying here is that maybe he did not die at all from any wound. No, that's a different statement. You know, I think it would be appropriate if it to change it before. Have her change it, and now it says, stood over the victim's corpse where it lay toppled. So... Weird. Oh fuck, why did I hit that? Why not?
Objection!
Did I tell you had the right statement before? Oh wait, did I do it on the wrong statement? Fuck! Did I do it on the wrong statement? No! Oh, why do I always do that? Oh fuck, I keep hitting the wrong buttons, that's how. Oh, I'm a stupid boy. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb.
Objection!
Yeah, I had the right idea. I just put it on the wrong statement. I thought I was in the right statement, so I was right. In other words, I'm not going to accept this. I'm not going to accept it. I'm big smart. I have big wrinkle brain. I have the biggest, wrinkliest brain. So I'm not going to accept it. I wonder if it's my original idea here. Because it seems obvious to me that it's in the wrong location. But you guys are telling me that, no, that's the whole point, Bexy. It was moved. And I'm like, why would the body be moved? That makes no sense to me. Why would you go over all that work? You can just say, no, the victim is up there and we moved the body already. That's it. Bexy gaslit. Would the picture be flipped or something like that? No. I just think that this is the body in the tower. And that's the issue. But maybe I'm big wrong and I'm just overthinking.
Objection!
It's fine.
I didn't say anything of the sort. I'm inocente. Hey, I believe you. You did nothing wrong. You're okay. I've got a nasty feeling. She admitted to moving the body. There would be proof positive it was in the wrong location. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. But okay. I've got a nasty feeling. This inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there was just one point that just seems to defy explanation. Yeah, this music is great.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, they've already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we shall let the defense explain. Where in this photograph we would see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement.
I guess it's just the blood splatter. Okay.
Take that!
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. Yeah, I guess. I guess what we're doing here is that
We found a screwdriver elsewhere and not in the victim's body.
I guess it makes sense. Okay. It's just more extra work when you could have just said, yeah, this is what it is. Yeah, I'm just saying that that's more work than what it's worth for one photo when you can easily set it up. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends downwards direction towards the man's fate.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion... Wait, that's the judge!
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, as entirely expected. Ah, of course no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now. At the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim. Was after the grand deception was set in motion, and the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight.
It'd be conclusive evidence that framed Hairbrain by measurement within its grasp.
It also would have been conclusive evidence if it was still in the body, though. So that doesn't really stand, in my opinion. But yeah, it's just the splatter and how it is. Okay. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. Yeah, the splatter. No, it's gravity. Yeah, the splatter is pointing downwards, so it means that it fell. Well, that the victim was killed standing upright. Is what we're saying right now. And not when he was laying down. The blood splatter is pointing downwards on his body.
From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after 30-foot drop. And then the victim had really been stabbed Willis made inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed a longitudinal? Wow, Ryunosuke decided, hey, let me whip up my dictionary. Yes, a word for indicating longitude, you know, fucking vertically, yes. Ah, longitudinal. Ah, yes. Longitudinal, as in its longitude. Vertical. Longitudinal. Why are you always on how I fucking say things? You gotta learn that I don't give a fuck, okay? And it actually annoys me, so stop it. The word is vertical, Ryunosuke. I was not actually heckling you this time. I don't care. You weren't. I don't give a fuck. It annoys me either way. The whole, you know, haha, you're not saying it right, gets grating after a while. It's like, yeah, tough love, baby. You better love the way I say coroner. Coroner. All the time. You better love it. Get it inside your freaking eardrum. Let it lick the drum up and down into your membrane. Let it engrave itself snugly between the wrinkles of your freaking gray matter. And go to sleep. Some people don't have English as their first language too. Besides that, it just annoys me. After a while, it just annoys me because I know that I don't say some things writ. Saying words incorally. If I'm struggling on it, that's on me, and you don't need to correct me. Because I'll always struggle on it. That's just the way of things. But I want to help. That's not helping me. It's just going actually after a while. Unless I actually ask for it, there's no need for you to butt in. Just saying. It's like when I draw a hand shitty and 5 people go, Pexy, your hand is shitty. And I'm like, I know. I don't know how to draw hands. Fucking bite me. I didn't ask for your criticism. It's valid. I just don't care. But yeah, after a while, it's just not something that I enjoy. Just so you know. That's why I got into that rant yesterday. I was like, fuck you! I was like this to this man right here. I was like this. Put those fingers right there. Put uh-huh. Jam it. There we go. Beautiful. Don't backseat English? Don't backseat English? Puñeta. For it to have formed a longitudinal. Hands are good contribution to the
we see in the picture is inconceivable. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Mother dearest. Given that the victim's blood seeped. I fucking hate words. Vertically downwards from the wound. Oh wow, he said vertically right afterwards. Wow. It must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Assman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Yeah, yeah, yes. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were cursed into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note you left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is to be a lie?
How she was coerced. I want to say how she was coerced. I want to say that one. But I also want to say, because we already know the autopsy report. And the stabbing of the victim was already happened. So I'm going to say that she was coerced differently. It is kind of all of the above. It really is. Kind of. I saved. There we go. I saved. I'm gonna say the first one, my lord.
Dr. Scythe, you clearly weren't coerced by some letter at all.
Yeah, it was obvious. I mean, I already told you guys that she's already, like, turned things around for Drebber here. What? If you were, where is the note? It's nowhere to be seen. That as may be.
So why don't you present it to the court? If the assertion vexes you.
Obviously, I've already disposed of it. And I'm not vexed in the slightest.
Counsel, I need to remind you that was you yourself who established the coercion.
God damn it! Fuck! Oh, that hurts, Van Sykes. Leave me alone.
Very. But there's no question that the coroner's testimony was built on a tremendous lie.
Alright. Fuck, I guess. Fuck, I know it's... Fine.
The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, you can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you already pointed out, the birdcage could have fallen on its side. Would have fallen on its side.
when it fell beneath the stage.
Oh, it feels so dirty how the meter goes away too. Yeah, but yeah, it is dirty. But hey, they learned.
Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension.
When the birdcage fell from the stage to the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force.
Okay.
But Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall.
That must have been one hell of a fall, though. That's me getting up from bed every day.
He probably lost consciousness for a while. But when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared.
This is great. Also, what are you showing, Coco Bean? Oh yeah! The spirit channeling session is going great. Oh my god. Where did you get the sword? Oh, this is great. Oh, this is fantastic. No, silly. That is Simon, and that's Ryunosuke, and that's Kazuma. This is so good. This is the best. I love it. Beautiful.
Gorgeous. Excellent.
So good. Alright.
If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything.
Yeah, and also makes more sense to you know, plunge it with both hands. Oh shit, more content. More content. Wait. The ghosts. That's great. That's very good. And it's just Maya smiling. Getting really entertained. That's very cute. We cursed your whole family.
Mr. Uri Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain. Nor was the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Order! Order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him!
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now you're making all of this up. As if you would do something like that.
Objection!
Oh yes, Susato. I show you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. Motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. Fuck. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I'm sure I've seen something somewhere that hints of why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? Haha, me the murderer, haha. You can't prove it, haha, unless... Unless...
What is it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Her ledger? There's a particular object that explains why Mr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Scalpels. Let me save, just in case. Yeah, the ledger, remember? It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Uh-huh, I remember. I remember video game. A bunch of scalpels. $500 scalpels every month. Jesus.
500 scalpels? A month?
At first I wondered what on earth could you be using that many scalpels for? But actually, I realized it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Embezzlements! Yay! Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Yeah, embezzling. "10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist, and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may as well stumbled upon information he was researching as he was researching the story. If information relating to Dr. Scythe's greatest, darkest. Fuck!
I am also tired.
When the guys from accounting come down to ask why you're spending thousands a month, they're very satisfied to hear about the scalpels. The darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean?
You don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. Go to sleep! But yeah, I want to see the ending of the trial. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Assman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. Oh, that's cool. We get to see that little detail. What I've had to keep covered up all those long years. There's more end of the trial, like 20 minutes at the end. Oh my fucking god. Well, hey. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth of what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of the bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate has had over you all these years. Yeah, sure is. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. Holy fuck. This is Let's Trash Hairbrain Hour. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Trevor.
I mean, yeah, his whole life was ruined. You kinda gotta sympathize a little bit with that. I was practically pleased with the kinesis machine. It was quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham, made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Gotta love revenge. Revenge for a future that Assman's article had deprived of you 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Assman, did it? If Assman didn't publish Drebber's name, none of this would have been... Yeah. Honestly, Asmund would have been still embezzling money through Dr. Scythe, so good thing he did put the name there. Eat your fucking revenge, says Ace Attorney.
Revenge. Which is where that particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise.
big revenge. Poppin' lockin'.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled the bogus autopsy, being appointed head of new forensic team. When I learned the news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wills against him. For revenge. Revenge.
Hell yeah, revenge.
And I have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer.
The Cuppers never learned.
Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Hairbrain's only crime was his passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would forever be branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
Each one of these ends with Ryonosuke, hey, lesson of the day. Have you noticed? Every time the trial ends, lesson of the day. For the bad guy. It's great. I love it.
Lord Van Sykes? What of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded?
Fuck.
She's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face a trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
Your life has been ruined 10 years ago, and that sucks. But you almost did the same thing to someone else. Yeah, exactly. That's what he said. And that's wrong. That's basically it.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession. Over the years, it's really hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, yes? It's been a while.
It seems there's a great deal more to your experiment than you realize. However, I think we can now assume that all the sordid details have now been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial.
Oh, fuck, yeah, it has been.
But I'm pleased to say, you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a great, very great, but painful lesson. I've been, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Yeah, you have been all those things. Professor. You sure were a fucking fool, alright. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I caused others pain and misery. Others who were far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone.
Yeah, he was willing to protect his hypotheses. Hypotenuse. Hippopotamus. He was willing to fuck everything up. But you know what? It's fine. We needed to get to this point anyway because the story said so. Mr. I would rather kill a man than be wrong. I know, right? Harebrain is just fucking dunce.
This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Oh, brain. I mean, they're good. They're good arms. They're good chests.
Well, Van Sykes. And the derision in which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and you work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable.
Aww. He really is friends with this guy. That was really sweet, Sykes. Wans. He's being gentle here.
No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barrock.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. Is this the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge in which he stands accused? I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It is all proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? Is it done, is it? It's all over.
Anyone wants me going to the yard these days? I don't recognize the place. Very well. It's time for my favorite part. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Put your tongue out. I heard it tastes like Skittles. Go catch them with your frickin' head.
Can you imagine? You can eat it. Tastes like Skittles.
Court is adjourned.
Awesome. Skid marks? I said Skittles! It's over. That was some trial. Making the confetti, I know, right? And then cleaning afterwards. Yeah, you better be sorry. Also, holy cannoli. That took a long time, even in the game. I will go to sleep. Let me read all of this, bitch. It'll be fine, don't worry about it. I'll just be dead tired. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Don't worry about it.
Mr. Naruto, Mr. Sato, I'm truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had the research grant money. I give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Aw, that's so cute.
Soon, Friday, tomorrow, Thursday. This week of September, you can do it, X.
I will do it. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento. The paper about my hypothesis inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? Aren't you going to publish that autobiography? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London. So perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too. And see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Who? Oh hi. Oh hi. You can't allow anything? Why? Wow. Lord Van Sykes, what are you doing in here? Baroque. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind the bench there, snarling down on your prey. Well, one of the few true friends I have. Yeah, his waist is fucking snatched. Baroque's, he has that V, man. He has that V. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Oh, the defense. Did I just hear that right?
It was all according to plan.
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. Like a maraca? You want to shake him like a maraca? How about you show me around when I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. What's gonna happen? Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens... Is he afraid of the Reaper? You must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. Okay. Okay, then. He actually is like, okay, you gotta leave the country. 'Cause this guy will go after you. What? From there, you will cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Baroque! What about the Great Exhibition? It's a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No, not sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Yeah, he's trying to save his life. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Sykes. What's all this about? A necessary precaution. See? Oh boy. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Sykes at his office some days ago, he was asked about how Mr. Natsume was doing. His one fear is innocent people getting caught up on it. Yeah, but Gina is going to leave to Paris. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months how he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. It's been 6 months. I'm trying to think. Okay. Oh, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. Okay. He said months, so it's a precaution, really. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Baroque? Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? He just ships him in a box. Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Sykes? Even if he was guilty, he would have sent him overseas. And God, what people think of him as the Reaper. This man seems absolutely merciless, and yet... sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. Look at how handsome he is. Even if he has a mullet. Don't worry about it. It's hot. Don't worry about it. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes. Alright. Well then, Mr. Naihodo. Thank you so much for everything! Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? Oh my god. I can't go to sleep now. You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom 10 minutes. Alright. I just need to drink some water. Oh, okay. I'm ready. I'm pumped up. In the courtroom. Okay, I'll drink some more water. Oh god. Whew. Oh, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Oh my god. I'm sweaty. I'm so sweaty. The Enigma, Baruch von Sykes. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Oh my god. All of my fanfictions. Here we go. Have a little conversation here. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from great injustice. Yes? I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Listen, this is the only other way they can have a private conversation. It's fine. Forget about it, you know? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway. I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Oh, fuck! Backstory time! Hell yeah! Okay. Yeah, slap it off. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land, who had no business being here. But now I think differently. Oh boy. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. Ooh, this music. Wait, isn't this melody? Okay, no. The melody was very similar for a second there. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life? Clint. My brother was Clint Van Sykes. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions, and a key member of the judiciary. Christmas case from Ace Attorney 1. Almost Christmas means it's not Christmas. Listen. Christmas. 16-year-old Van Sykes, baby. A baby. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of the justice systems in foreign countries as well. They would exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from our homeland. From your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Okay. Puta! Oh shit! Who wants to guess Jigoku and Mikotoba are one of them? Motherfucker! Here we go. And also, Asogi maybe? And Asogi maybe? I don't know. Let's see, let's find out. Who are they? The Dilfs. Not the Dilfs.
Oh. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Exactly, yes, because you're 16 years old as well. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Sykes. Truly. Clint was all ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer. But it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. You're still in that dark place. Look at you. Look at you!
What do you mean?
The way you dress! What's wrong with the way I dress?
Nothing's wrong, I'm just saying.
At least he takes care of himself. I mean, he still drinks a lot, I would say. Van is depressed, but well dressed. Hey, depression, you get the dressing. The goth vibes. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. So you're saying that it was one of the students? I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. But let's see. Let's find out. I kinda doubt it, my dudes. Because there's a big conspiracy theory.
We will have to resolve this.
In plain sight. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Oh, it's an Ace Attorney game with an old significant case, of course. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't it be? It's one of the best ones.
That's good storytelling. I love it.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were in deep, extensive political discussions.
Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted in a closed trial.
Because he was Japanese.
If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say the professor was...
It's obviously not Mikotoba. Oh my goodness. Where are you going?
Reached its conclusion. I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
I don't want to press next! Wow!
Oh my god. Oh, okay, I'm good. I'm alright. Wait a minute. Hey. Oh, Vent 6, you're beautiful. So precious. You adorn me with your grace. Thank you, Lord Van Sykes. Thank you. Oh.
Alrighty then.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Oh, look at how cute. Look at how cute Ryunosuke is in this angle. He's cute as fuck. I also like you. Look at his chest. Look at those shoulders. Handsome angle. Handsome.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
This is great.
That's the professor? Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh. Oh shit. Memories! Unlocking!
Oh boy! Yeah!
I'm so excited. There he is. That's your dad. Of course. Of course. What I said, baby. What I said. What I said.
What? Father?
Hey, I missed you, boy. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Love your new suit.
Kazuma!
There he be. Father.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
So good.
Oh my god, it's so hot! What the fuck?
As he stood there before me.
Why is it so skin tight? Jesus.
Also, he still has the wind. Yeah, he still carries the wind. Hi.
Ryunosuke.
This is this is so good. Try not to cry, baby.
Hello again.
Aww.
My friend.
Aww.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
Aww. Oh, hi, Susato. You're cool, but I'm glad you brought him. You brought my boy.
It was an honor.
Aww. Oh my god!
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh.
Your sword.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
God.
When we left Japan, this
Barak is
sword was
third
at my
wheeling,
friend's
so
side.
is Susato, honestly.
A Japanese man's katana is his soul. He couldn't be parted from it.
This really does feel like an ending, but we're
When the
just
incident happened.
we're just like in the middle of the game right now. Holy fuck.
It was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
This is so satisfying. Fellas, is entrusting your sword to your best friend gay? Fellas, is that gay? No, Keith.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
That's the part where I'm like, is he though? We'll see.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
Puts Leggy up.
I'll be seeing you.
That was great.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Very good. I'm so glad that was completely voice acted. So, back at the desk. Hey, video game. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Cosimo Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us. Yeah, it was great. It was mwah. Can't wait to see it again in Japanese. Can't wait to see it again in Japanese. I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosimo Lord Van Sykes' apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy won't die. That's the sad truth. Kazuma's Ryunosuke gets me. Ah, man. And I know he's supposed to be like the black to his white, wardrobe-wise, but I still really like that I wore the blue in that scene. The blue in that scene is still very good. Alright. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Bye. Being blue-balled isn't easy, guys. It really isn't easy.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I've ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san. All of this is tied up with her painful memories of her too. She never talked about this with me before though.
It took some time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his has passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer.
I will click on the food in a bit.
I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Cosimo Asogi.
Alright. Let's see. Oh, wow. Wagungaga. Wait, how come where's the thingy? Where's how come I can't click on my likes? What the fuck? No, unmute it and let me like it. Let me like it, asshole. It's muted because I don't want to see the spoiler.
How come I can't like it? I can't do it anything. I can't do anything.
Let me go here. Let me go here. Wait. There might be a way to fix this. Please, God, be a recent thingy. Be a recent thingy, please. 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 Oh, wow, a bunch of Hades cool freaking fan art. Anyway. Oh, these are great. These are fantastic. I guess they're playing for the first time on the Nintendo Switch. Let's see. Fuck! Where is it? It was on the 20th! Fuck! Really? Fuck! Okay, let me go back here. It was so long ago. Wait. Fuck. How does one, fuck? Oh, come on. Twitter, please. Wait. Oh, it doesn't work either? Fuck. Open a new tab, please. God damn it! Ah. God. Puta. It says no spoilers for you. But I just want to like it, and it still freaking doesn't allow me. That's so weird. That's so strange. I'm pissed. I'm gonna fix that later. No, that's not your fault. That's Twitter's fault.
So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
Oh man. He's like, wait! Stay!
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
So why was her dad friends with a serial killer, Lamau? That's why I'm like, why would he go after these nobles and stuff?
As if great wheels
What's
had
his
been
motive?
set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
You know what makes more sense to me? Is that they switched the body around. Yeah, I think this is a Gantz situation where I'm gonna guess. This is a big guess. What if Clint is not as good as he appears to be? We barely know anything about Clint, to be fair, but it would be awesome if Clint was the Reaper the whole time. He's been alive this whole time, going after people left and right. Anyway, that was amazing. That was fucking fantastic, and I'm gonna save over here so I can enjoy it again later. Oh, that was so good. To me, it would make more sense if Clint was the Reaper the whole time and he set up his murder so nobody would catch him unaware. See? This one works. Kiss. I love this couple a lot. This is a good ship. This is A-tier ship, okay? Of course they're holding hands. A-tier. Triple S tier. Very good. Very good ship. Delicious. Very, very good. Anyway, I need to go to sleep. Holy fuck. It is 12. That means I only have 6 hours of sleep. Yay. Oh my god. Good night, everybody. I'm just gonna fall asleep on my ass. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Don't let the proto-badger. Oh god. Good night. Bye, everyone. Good night.